What's got? We were recording. All right. Okay. It is 5:34. We're going to begin our meeting. So we're going to begin with our housekeeping. So let's begin with attendance. I'm going to start over here on the left with Will Coates.
William Coates present.
Matthew Rathbun present.
Susana Villagomez present.
Maria Garcia present.
Rowan East present.
Faye Berry present.
Steffi Calero present.
Cyrus Holt present.
Patrick Cervera present.
Sky Childress present.
Emma Fox present.
Online?
Present.
All righty. And do we have anyone that would like to volunteer to read our mission statement? Cyrus, thank you.
To support the evolving needs of the MSU Denver students by advocating in their best interests to enhance the university experience and opportunities.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sai. Now we're gonna move forward. So move to approval of the agenda and the amendments from our last meeting. Are there any proposed changes? Sky?
I think I see that we have the minutes pulled up first. We want to start with those.
All righty. If everyone could please give your attention over to the screen. See if there's anything that we would like to edit. Okay.
I was looking through earlier and I noticed I don't have it pulled up in front of me anymore, but there is a motion that just does not have, I think, either who filed it or who seconded it somewhere in there. If you can't find it, I can dig back through as well. It should have been in this, I believe it was in the longer section during the delegate discussion.
Okay.
There it is.
See
Is it?
well, right there.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. If that's the case, do we seek? Sky?
I want a motion to table the consideration of the minutes to the next meeting.
All righty. Yeah, I second that motion. Is there any oppositions up to tabling this meeting minutes? Seeing as there's none, the motion passes us to tabling the meeting minutes for 10/23/25. I was hoping we could pull up for our agenda for today for Thursday, November 6th, 2025. Okay, so if everyone can please pay attention onto that to make sure that if there's anything that we want to add, if we want to approve the agenda, if there are any changes that we would like to have. Sky?
A motion to approve the agenda.
A second.
Okay, motion to approve the agenda and meeting and minutes are presented. Any objections or abstentions? All right, seeing as it's none, motion passes. Okay, now we're going to move forward to our public comment. Want to give the opportunity online. If any students or guests would like to speak, just have them raise their hand or unmute. And since there's no public comment, we'll just acknowledge the time and continue for agenda as is. If anyone were to come join us later, we'll pause and hear their comments. We'll be moving forward for announcements and updates. We'll start with our staff updates, and then standing committees and advisory. So take it away, Stephen.
Good evening, TSAC. Few updates for you. As a reminder, tomorrow, next Thursday, Vice President Will Simpkins will be joining our meeting. So if anyone has some topics that they would like Dr. Simpkins to present on or come talk to you all about, I'd love to hear those. You don't have to send them to me now. You could direct message me or Teams me. But please let me know if there are some things immediately that you would like Dr. Simpkins to come and talk about. I will let Tui, who works with Dr. Simpkins, know about that. So that's thing one. Thing two, I do want to give props to Susana for the delegate program. These wonderful posters are going up and out to all the folks who have been around. The first info session was this past yesterday. Sorry, it was yesterday, and we did have a student come to that. So that's a good sign. So as students are, and as you are working with peers and all, please do encourage them to come to those. Third thing is, and I think this is my last thing, winter gathering for all of us. So what I have done so far, and I will put this on everyone's calendars, we needed to schedule out the winter training, retreat, gathering, whatever you want to call it. So I have tentatively put on my calendar, and I'm willing to work with the ad hoc committee that was established back at the beginning of September for onboarding, because I think that works very well with this. The winter retreat, I'm just calling it retreat. We can call it training or anything. Wednesday, January 14th and Thursday, January 15th. I will put that on calendars. If you have conflicts, please message and talk to me directly so that way we can figure out if we need to change it. The reason why it's really going to be 1.5 days for you all. That other day, that first day, as Susanna had mentioned in the last meeting, will be oriented more for the delegates to get a longer, more in-depth training about the delegate program and what it means. You all will have a role in that. And Susanna and members, authors of that resolution have been planning that and at least started to plan that. But again, for now, we're going to work with January 14th and 15th, which is a Wednesday and Thursday. So that said, I will need that ad hoc committee to start meeting with me, and we will need to write some, you all will need to write some kind of resolution to pass some funding so we can have some food and refreshments at both of those. With that, I yield.
You have the right response.
Response, Sky?
Stephen, hey, Stephen, in your planning of this, could you find 30 minutes for a business meeting so that we could, if we need any business to happen, have it in there? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Steven. We have any, Armando?
Yeah, the last update for me, I finally was able to get back into WordPress, thank the Lord, because the WordPress gods were angry with MSU Denver. But I was able to get into WordPress, so I truly do apologize for not being able to get y'all's agendas up there. I'm going to be doing one last round of website edits. Sky, I know you've been passionate about that. If you have anything that you need to go on the website besides agendas, if you want to update your update your committee tasks and paragraphs or put pictures or anything, please do send those to me by the end of next week so that I can work on those. And I think that is all. The delegates program recruitment flyer is on the main page of the student government website, so students are able to see that. And I am working to get that flyer into the early bird or the run, whatever one, the student newsletter that y'all get, the runner and the student organization blog that CMEI sends out. So I'm putting those two in there. Rowdy's rundown, sorry. I yield my time for the last.
Oh.
I don't have any updates today. Thank you.
A couple of things in regards to WordPress. I think I should be able to get in now. I'm desperately trying to finish this training, but it is like insane. I hate WordPress. Anyways, I don't really have anything other than please make sure once again you're cleaning up after yourselves, like throwing trash away and stuff like that. Leaving food in the fridge, please take it out. Also, if you are having people come meet you in the office, please physically be there, because I'm having a lot of situations where like I'm here to meet, so and so, and I'm like, I know they're here. I have zero clue where they are though. So please, if you're meeting, actually meet that person. That's it. Thank you.
have one last thing. I'm so sorry, but just want to put it on formal business that the council, Stephen and myself, we have officially hired Denny Palacios as our elections manager for this upcoming term. Denny is someone who has plenty of TSEC experience, co-chair a couple of years ago, has been around and has kind of been in your meetings and your debates and all kinds of stuff. So very familiar with TSEC, which is something we are truly grateful for to be able to come back. Stephen and I as we have mentioned, we are going to play developer and start working with potentially trying to figure out how we can streamline our elections process, and then formally pass that task off to Denny to kind of keep running. But yes, that was the final update with elections and trying to figure out how to make an in-house clean kind of process that is not expensive.
Direct response, Guy.
Can I ask that any changes to the elections code be sent out to us just so we can see them?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's no changes to the elections code. It's just changed to the election management portal, like the voting process, where we're trying to make easier for everybody.
I thought I'd overheard you talking with Andrew Rauch about trying to update something to make it match some policy or
Yeah,
something.
that's not the focus right now. So, but
Okay.
yes, that will
Okay.
obviously be presented, of
Okay.
course.
Whatever. Sorry. Thank you.
Direct response.
When does Denny start?
She has officially started this week. She's just kind of reviewing the policies and stuff. So if you have any asks, you could just reach out to them.
I asked her to help with some of the delegates program stuff. She said she would.
Okay.
That's fine, but is that within that like recruitment stuff? Because that's election-esque.
I'll defer to Stephen.
Let's hold on that for now.
Okay. She has some stuff she's doing in a personal capacity, but I asked if she would be able to help with it.
Let's hold on that for now, please.
Keegan, you have another update?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I forgot about this. In regards to office hours, please, firstly, I can't really keep attendance of all of you guys, but if you know for a fact you are definitively not going to show up to one of your time slots, you're sick, whatever, please let me know so I can have some like tangible record of who's not at their office hours, because it just needs, I need to know like
Point of
what's going on.
information.
Yeah.
We have a discussion on that on the agenda, and we will cover that. Just FYI.
That's why I wanted to mention this before, is like to avoid like unnecessary like absences, just let me know so I can be like, oh, you're not here. And so I'm not like running around like, where are you for your office hours? But that's it.
No worries. Alrighty. Moving forward with our standing committees. Do we have any meetings, any updates? It's gonna be 3 minutes each. FYI. Sustainability.
Yeah, I'm happy to go. So the last like 3 meetings, I've been like, no updates to come. These are the updates to come. So today, on the TSEC Instagram, you will see the flyer for our AHA week, not AHA week, our clothing drive for AHA. You'll also see the Immigrant Know Your Rights training flyer. It's now out, been approved by everyone. So super exciting. Those events are underway. I will be sending out when to meets, which is the same when to meets that are already existing. I believe I have to create one. I will be sending those out tomorrow. Please fill them out for us to staff these events and the tabling before AHA week. Other than that, I have no sustainability updates.
Susanna?
Thank you. I just have a few updates on PR. I know PR, we are working for food for finals. That is like our last final event for the semester. And I did kindly ask everybody to log out of the Instagram. So we decided to kick everybody else out of the Instagram because PR should only have the Instagram account. And not only that, I did want to say about the AHA week and the immigration flyers. I did see them get posted, but they didn't really get approved through PR. And I know you sent them through the chat, but I would really appreciate it if you let us know if you was gonna post it or etc. Because that is passing a boundary through PR. And again, PR should only have Instagram. So please don't be posting anything that is not approved by PR yet. And that's all I have.
Okay. Do you have the response?
I do. I think we can definitely have most of this conversation offline, but I do want to say that I did check with you on me posting those myself as opposed to you posting them and talked to you about that and you didn't seem to have an issue with that.
And
And then I wasn't aware that every flyer that gets posted gets approved like by a motion or something in PR. I haven't observed that in the meetings. But absolutely for all future, I will make sure they go through PR. So thank you for that feedback.
thank you. That is just thing for everybody, cause like I know I didn't have an issue, but again, I'm not the only PR person in that committee, so like it's just consider everybody else.
Thank you. As far as budget committee, we move forward with mine. Only thing, actually, Keegan, could you pull up? I just sent you the spreadsheet to the budget. Could you please pull that up? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Watch Keegan's. Oh no, I sent it to the teams. Yeah. So just with our updates is that we have been working towards our guidelines, our budget committee. We've just been reviewing it, really just making sure that there are things that we want to look in keenly, making sure that all of the language makes sense. We're taking a little bit of our time. We have set up our next meeting for like around 16th of November to maybe discuss more on that. So I definitely would just like to remind all those who are part of the budget committee to make sure to follow, as I said, within the chat, to please overview sections 8 and 9. That way, our next meeting, we can have that finalized or hopefully get close to finalizing. Now, what do do an overview of our expenses? So as you can see, we have had some major moves. As for PR, could you scroll a little bit? Yeah, for sustainability, we have that $2,000, which we approved for the Know Your Rights training, if I recall. Or for the AHA.
This isn't necessarily current, but I believe yes.
As per approved for the resolution. So as you guys can see there, these are up to date on our resolutions. So right now we already have that stated in there. That way in the future reference, we can keep on moving forward. Looking back at that FY26 budget summary, just looking at everyone's expenses, I'm gonna make sure if you can go to the bottom one, to the whole one. Could you go to the budget summary, please? So as you can see, we have public relations. We have a cost of $1,515.99 of expenses. Following that, with our if you scroll left, I'm pretty sure that one is our office supplies. For unallocated fund. If you guys see that unallocated fund, that is currently, I believe, those are the expenses that we had during our retreats during the summer. So that's the one portion we're taking out. As I mentioned earlier, as we're reviewing our guidelines, we're making sure that we're going to have an allocated budget for our internal expenses, as we do when we do have our own leadership development for ourselves. And additionally, we're planning to separate the allocated fund as per our resolution for the delegate program. So just make sure that everyone's up to date to that. If we have any questions for that, we will be moving forward here soon to get that squared away and get those budgets separated, make sure everything's looking fine and dandy. You have a direct response, Scott?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we've had a resolution about the delegates program, but there's not a delegates program fund been created yet by TSEC. So I believe this would call for a budget amendment process. Can you let us know how we can be involved in that, and also how the budget committee can start meeting maybe weekly until they get that figured out? Since we usually have monthly meetings, but right now we have sort of not a crisis, but we need to allocate some money, and so I think it would be good for us to meet more frequently to get that working.
Absolutely, and that's something that we discussed, if you recall, when we had our first meeting. We sat down together to make sure that we could get those things separated. And if you recall, we were trying to make sure to get those guidelines ready. So that's what I addressed right now. So we're just trying to make sure that get that done. That's why I'm really want to push forward, everyone who's part of that budget committee, to please review sections 8 and 9. Once we get those things done, I feel like we can move forward with the process of separating those two as we did per our resolution, and get that out of the way.
Thank you.
Just to reiterate. And that's all as far as budget committee, that's all I have. Do I have any other standing committees? Matthew?
Fortunately, our last meeting didn't have enough going on. We have another meeting not next Tuesday, but the following Tuesday. And the plan is I'm going to try and bring in some more like template pieces around like the restorative justice and like accountability guidelines that so we can work more effectively on it.
Thank you, Matt. Moving forward with our advisory committees. Do we have any updates? Sky?
Yeah, maybe 2 hours ago, I had an email from one of the co-chairs of UPAC. And they sent me the agenda. I will send that out to you all very soon for you all to review. I'll also check in with, I'll send those policies that we'll be looking at too. Other than that, no update from UPAC.
Thank you. William and then Faye.
Yeah, space analysis won't meet till December per, I forget his name, but the guy who sets up the meetings. So I just want to let the council know about that. We were supposed to meet at the end of November, October, but that did not happen. So I will be asking if they will be planning on meeting before December. And that is all.
Faye? Faye?
I'm not necessarily asking for any movement on this within the council, but I wanted to let the council know that as far as next semester classes go, I have a class that conflicts with specifically Faculty Senate Academic Policy Committee. So I was going to ask that a new counselor be appointed to that position or possibly a delegate if they wish to fulfill that role. I'm still more than happy to keep the Faculty Senate and Staff Senate roles. It's just this specific subcommittee within Faculty Senate that I won't be able to make their meetings anymore. All I want right now is just think about it. If you want to be involved, you can ask me what it's like, or they have also offered if another counselor wants to join the meetings with me this semester, you can.
Is this something that when do we want, like, have they for like a timeline or anything like that?
The timeline in my head was I would bring it forward this week just to mention it, and then I was going to try and put it on, or I was going to put it on the agenda for next week to actually ask for somebody to be appointed for this spring semester, and then talk with that counselor if they wanted to begin attending them this semester as well.
Thank you. You have any other? Sky?
So the Tivoli Reimagined Steering Committee meeting number 6 is either going to be on Wednesday, December 3rd or Thursday, December 4th. The times are, we're voting on the times right now, but so those are the next 2 dates.
Also want to bring one for Great View Committee. We did have our like first kind of meeting that we had with the introduction of our new chair regarding that. And we also had John Saper kind of introducing about how the process is going to be and how it has been in previous years, and just making sure that our progress is going to be moving forward as it has been. Things looking really good considering that we have a lot of experienced individuals on that committee as well. So we haven't yet to have any cases, but we did have that meeting. That's kind of let us know that everything's going to be working well. And I yield as far as that one for grade review. Do we have any? Sky?
Yeah, over in Code of Conduct Review Committee with Andrew McGeehan and Alexis. We have reviewed over large portions of the, me and Maria have reviewed over large portions of the Code of Conduct, and we are sort of taking it piece by piece with the committee to give feedback for changes. We have received a sort of first draft of the new sections of the Code of Conduct, and we'll be sending those out next week sometime for you guys to look at if you have any feedback as well.
Okay. Do we have any other advisory committee updates? Seeing as there is none, we move forward for open floor. See if we have anyone that would like to talk. Maria Garcia.
Okay, this is more of a question for the advisors. Recently, I got told that the Black African and African American graduation got merged together. I just wanted to know why, because An alumni reached out to me and they weren't happy about that.
I'm happy to answer that, Maria. There's some reasoning behind the merger. So I think the first thing to know is that CMEI was recently given Black Grad Bash this year, the responsibility to plan that. When that responsibility came over to us, the funding also did not come over to us. So we were essentially handed this over the summer, late summer, early fall to plan this out. Now, CMEI has two brand new identity programs, the Black African Student Engagement Program, Asian Pacific Islander Student Program, and we've really elevated our Native Student Support Program. So those are our main three identity support programs. Given that, we thought, and with attendance that we have seen at our fall graduation celebrations, we have not seen high numbers at those graduation celebrations. We have seen relatively low numbers, and with Black Grad Bash coming to CMEI, we haven't had a full chance to really assess and build it up to see how we could expand it. So what we're doing for this year is hosting a combined identity celebration. It will feature graduate recognition of graduates, API graduates, recognition of Black African identifying graduates, our Brother to Brother program, and our Native graduates. To give you an example, last fall for our Native student graduation program, we had about maybe 12 RSVPs and only 2 students showed. So we haven't seen high numbers across the university for our fall graduation celebrations within the department, not across the university. Additionally, funding is becoming tight across the university. And so what I can share is that we typically have a lower number of graduates in the fall than we do in the spring. So the spring, we're pouring more of our efforts into that spring ceremony. We're going to have the celebration. We're still going to have the fall, the spring Black African graduation celebration, Grad Bash. API is still going to have a large celebration for API graduates in the spring. Native student support will still have a large celebration in the spring as well. So it really came down to 2 things. A last minute shift of this celebration coming to CMEI, the funding needed to host that program, and also wanting to ensure that we are still recognizing them, hence a combined celebration. We are also looking at, for the fall, for future years, continuing to expand a combined celebration. So potentially working with our LGBTQ plus center to maybe involve them and do an even larger identity celebration. I recognize that there may be some challenges with that, and there may be some folks who are not happy with that. I'm happy to talk with anyone about that. For this year, this is the direction we are moving in. We are still going to recognize our students. There is no question about that. And I'm open to suggestions and thoughts, and we're more than happy to listen to those.
Direct response?
Thank you, Stephen.
Always.
Also add something to that, please, Stephen.
Baron?
Yeah, I think it's something I just want to elevate, and something that's really important to also acknowledge and name is that there will be a Latinx grad celebration, which has been hosted by the Office of Diversity and Inclusion and our HSI. They are the ones who oversee our HSI initiatives through Dr. Manny Del Real. And that's because we have an attendance of over 500 students, graduates, plus their families, right? Like in attendance at that ceremony. And so it's a very robust, large graduation, and that one will continue to happen in the ways that it has traditionally for the past few years. But we couldn't, based on all the things that Stephen already named, it did not make the best sense to do things in the ways that we've been doing in this fiscal environment. And so I think that, it doesn't mean that we're going away from what we've always done or not doing DEI work. We are still doing all the things, but we just have to be a lot more thoughtful and mindful and intentional about the ways that we're doing things, because it does not make sense to spend thousands of dollars for 2 students to show up. So I just want to offer that perspective as well, that some people might be like, well, why are we still doing this for our Latinx community? As an HSI and with such a large population of Latino grads, like that is a celebration that is heavily attended. And, just know that there is not a lot of money to go around. And that one is also, we just need to be a lot more fiscally responsible in the decisions that we're making. And it is, I think, a hard thing for us all to navigate, but it's an important thing that I just want to name. It doesn't mean that we are not committed to these communities. It just means that we just need to think about our intentionality. And then on a positive note, because I didn't share this in my updates and I thought about it after, sorry to take up more space, but I just want to acknowledge that one of the things I didn't share in my update or advisor updates is that President Davidson was recognized this weekend at the by the Colorado Department of Higher Education for her leadership in supporting our, as an HSI, our Latinx and immigrant and documented DACA, all of their asylee communities at the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities. And I know Steffi and Irvi were there to celebrate Dr. Davidson. And I just really want to acknowledge that was at a national level. So I know we had dinner with her on Thursday, and then she received that award on Sunday. And so I just want you all to know that, our leaders and the work that we're doing here at MSU Denver really matters, and people are seeing it across the state, across the country, and we are not shying away from the work that we do. So I just want to celebrate Dr. Davidson's leadership and what she's doing for MSU Denver and really putting us on a map in a really positive way. So that's all I'll say. And sorry for taking up so much space, but I forgot to name that earlier.
This guy also has here another open announcement.
Yeah, for open floor. I have requested of our wonderful advisors a printout or, report of the hours and money that we've been spending on our student employees. So that me and the other 4 members of the budget committee can assess where we're at in that and what the budget looks like, so we can ensure that this fund is going to keep the money in it until we're done using it at the end of next semester. So just an FYI, that should be coming out soon.
Stephen, direct response? Oh, another open floor? I have one as well. Just want to make sure I just sent over in the Teams chat, everyone. Please make sure we have our delegate program flyer. So as we have our classrooms, I know each of us probably at least have 2 classes. That's at least around 36. We're talking about maybe 200 students that all of us in total have access to. So please email this to your teachers or your professors. Please let them know if maybe we could promote this in class. Let's try to get as many people as we can to get on this. And we're going to need everyone's help on this to get this program rolling. Thank you.
Response to you.
Yeah.
I received permission from IT for a occasional, we're allowed to send out emails to like all of the chairs. So if our wonderful PR team wants to craft an email to send out to all of the chairs at once on the delegate program and ask them to spread it to their departments, I think that'd be really cool.
Stephen?
I will wait. Disregard. Yeah.
Okay. So just make sure everyone, please just file a note, make sure, send email, ask for permission, maybe we can present that. I know, and maybe in your advisory committees or in the Senates that we are, probably give the chance to promote this wonderful opportunity for everybody. Moving forward, with our new business, we have our spring welcome week with TSAC participation, morning tabling, blanket service, project, etc. I'll take it away, please, Stephen.
Thank you, Patrick. First of all, CMEI, you probably are all aware of this, but CMEI is responsible for all our welcome and new student week programming. In the fall, we were responsible for Rowdy Rally Convocation and Welcome Month, which was Ready Set Rowdy. CMEI is in the process of starting to prepare for Ready Set Rowdy Spring Week. We're doing 2 weeks worth of welcome this January, which is more than we did last year. We only did 3 days, but yes, SAPB, you could come in. I see you hanging in the door there. But typically we do that. So there are events happening throughout the course of the week, really Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday during week 1. Week 2, the programming board sorry, not the programming board. There's a lot of commotion right now for those who are online. I apologize. Just right there. Right there is fine, please. Ready, Set, Rowdy is the spring welcome as well. There are events week 1 and there are events week 2. The events week 1 are January 20th, which is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's the 20th through the 22nd. And then there will be events the 26th through the 29th throughout the course of those 2 weeks for our spring welcome. One of the things that we have started last year, and I would like to continue doing it this year, is for TSAC to have a presence at Ready, Set, Rowdy this year, specifically week 1. During the fall, it's really hard because you all are coming into your positions. There's some tabling opportunities. I would open an opportunity for you all to host something specific during week 1. One of the things that that TSAC last year talked about, and I think would be really good for that Thursday, the 22nd, is if you all wanted to host some kind of commuter drop-in breakfast kind of thing. We usually have a commuter breakfast in the fall. It's hosted by the Student Affairs Office. I think this might be a great opportunity for TSAC to be able to get something simple. You could give out donuts, hot chocolate, coffee, or something outside the Tivoli or even outside of JSSB. Have a tablecloth tent and be out there. And there is a significant event happening on the 29th. The programming board is bringing an ice rink to campus. So there is going to be some buzz, hopefully, we're hoping, on that day. So I think it would be a really good thing for you all, not necessarily, I mean, you all can attend the ice rink, that's fine, but to host something that morning. So that's an option if you wanted to do sort of a commuter breakfast to get students available while they're in between classes. And we've seen some really good participation in our commuter breakfasts. The other option, if you wanted to do it and wanted to do it at one of the events that's already happening Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, is a service project. It doesn't have to be anything large, but one of the things that another student organization had pitched to the programming board that they're not moving forward with because they have a lot of events that they can do, tie blanket making. So if you've ever done tie blanket making, it's where you take pieces of felt, you cut the edges, you tie them together, boom, you have a couple warm blankets. And it could be something at an event. Then you all can choose a charity or something that you would like to donate those blankets to. Those are 2 options. Really what I wanted to do is invite you all to host something. Ideally, we'd love for you all to host some kind of commuter breakfast on that Thursday because we have Tuesday morning and Tuesday afternoon covered. We have Wednesday afternoon covered. We don't really have anything Thursday morning. We have Thursday afternoon covered with this ice rink, but that's about it. So with that, I yield. It's up to you all, PR committee. It's strictly your call.
Goes Susanna and then Sky.
For the breakfast, is it for both weeks or just that 1 week?
Just the first week, and it would
Okay,
only be
so-
1 day.
Okay, so should I just ignore the second week and just pay attention the first week?
Yeah, I was only mentioning it because there's 2 weeks of welcome in the spring. So really, it would be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Ideally Thursday, but if you needed to do Wednesday, we could look at that too.
Thank you.
Scott?
Who is the chief architect of this week? Who does the planning? Is it SAPB? Is it you? Is it someone else?
The first week is SAPB.
Okay.
The second week, it's SAPB in combination with different departments. So what I can share with you is during the second week, which is what we're calling Community Week, we're hoping to have, again, another bunch of identity socials, different programming that week as well, a first gen social, an API social, a Bay social, a native social, a first gen social. Just again, potentially a student organization fair that week as well. I think the FSL community might be planning some kind of event that week as well. The whole purpose of the second week is to truly help students get connected. The reason why I mentioned the first week for you all is because I think student government has and should have more of a front-facing ability in front-facing optic that first week. I think it's really important because it gets students aware that you all exist.
Can you see if you can get one of your SAPB employees to come to one of our PR meetings in the next couple of weeks so that we could plan that together? I would actually really like to see as much participation as they want from TSAC, even if there's more availability for programming or something we can help provide or partner with during the second week. I know we didn't have the large participation during the last Welcome Week, and I'd really love to see a big one for this one, and I hope that we can get that conversation started.
You know, is there any more comments? We can continue the conversation offline. Oh, Maria, so sorry.
Sorry. Have you also thought potentially about inviting the Board of Trustees to any of these events? I know that they've been having a goal to attend events to actually get active with the students and get to know them. So
Yeah, thanks for asking that. That is, we do. So we let the students do most of the planning, and I can share with you that for Rowdy Rally this year, we had them do that, and then I was responsible for cultivating involvement from the Board of Trustees, alumni, folks like that. One of the trustees was part of the clap line during Rowdy Rally. They were at the end with Dr. Davidson high-fiving all the students as they walk through the clap line. So yes, absolutely.
All right, seeing as there are any more discussions, we move forward with our item B on new business. It's gonna be for Irby Paul. I'll let her take it away.
Hey everyone, sorry I couldn't make it today, I was sick. But we have today Student Affairs Programming Board come in. We have, I don't know who is there, but I have been in touch with Kyla, and they will be giving us the presentation. Their funding request was reviewed and approved by Budget Committee and was passed by the quorum of wards. I would give the floor to them to present their presentation.
Alrighty. Hi, everyone. We're the Student Activities Programming Board, and this is our presentation. I think it's on the timer again, but it's fine. This is our presentation in requesting funding for the NACA conference. This year, we are in Riverside, California, and we will be traveling from November 20th through the 23rd.
My name is Noah Tarpine. I'm a junior studying computer information systems.
Hi, my name is Kyla. I am also a junior studying event meeting management with a minor in sport media.
Hi, everyone. My name is Abby. I'm a senior and I'm double majoring in criminal justice and psychology.
And we are the student coordinators for the Student Activities Programming Board, also known as SAP.
Cool. So what is NACA? NACA stands for the National Association for Campus Activities. It's a 3-day conference where the best of campus events are shown. Not only are they shown and we get to kind of soak it in and figure out new ideas and everything, but we also, as student leaders, get to maximize our own skills like operations, event programming, marketing to further influence our community in what we're already doing.
And how does attending NACA benefit the SAPB? So attending NACA will benefit us by giving us exposure to new and innovative best practices on event programming, given that our primary focus in our role is to create meaningful events. We'd like to bring back something and stay on the curve to cater and serve our unique and diverse student body.
There you go. Okay. So as a result of us attending NACA last year, we have seen a notably improvement by 40% in all of our events, not just in attendance, but also in engagement from the students. Reason why is because we are showcasing all of those ideas that we brought back from NACA. For example, we brought back the airbrush t-shirts, Stuff a Plush, which were the little Build-A-Bears, temporary tattoos, all of these things that students have been loving. And they're showing this by they're recognizing our events, meaning they recognize our signature events, such as Roadrunners After Dark, the concert that we threw, also a deer from NACA, the Rowdy Zone, all of those games, and our personal individual events from SAPB, such as Rowdy in La Plaza, Roadrunner Rev Up, the Boo Bash, all of those types of events.
And how does this align with MSU Denver's mission statement? So the cadre value of community is highlighted by the SAPB's efforts through, our programming by our programming, because we are trying to create engaging and meaningful events for the students, and hopefully they can create meaningful relationships that outlast their college careers. We also hope to gain exposure to new perspectives through NACA, just like we had RAD and our other signature events that we learned about. And for our upcoming events in the spring semester, such as Welcome Week, as you guys were previously talking about, we are looking to improve that and build off of the momentum we had for RAD as well. We had over, I think, 1,000 tickets sold and about roughly 90% attendance, which is huge. So yeah.
So like we said, this is not just a benefit for the programming board. It's a benefit for us as students, as individuals, because I went to the conference last year, and it's a great networking event. You not only meet students from other universities, you also meet professionals in these. So you're building those skills that you're going to use later on in your profession, and also we're enhancing those skills that we already have. And by talking with like getting all of those ideas and perspectives from students and professionals, we're bringing them back to the campus and sharing those ideas to the students on campus, and we're promoting that way we're like bringing back that inclusion, diversity, and equity with all the students that we're getting from other campuses.
All right. So we are requesting a reimbursement for our airfare travel. Round trip, it's $334 for each of us. So in total, it'd be $1,002. Alrighty. We just want to thank you all for giving us this opportunity and for sharing your time with us. So thank you.
Thank you guys so much for taking your time to be here. I know you guys it's the second time presenting, so hopefully this time will be the final time. I do also want to reiterate, last year we did approve, budget committee, we did approve, and TSAC as a whole approved for the attendance of last year's conference, and it seems like this affects one very well. Having our concert, having the movie night, it seems like we have a lot more activities brewing up here in MSU. If you guys have been here in MSU before these last couple of years, it's been a little bit dry, but now we have a little bit more events coming, so it's pretty exciting. I'm be allowing in the more open floor. So, I'm open the floor for discussion, see if there's any questions or any concerns that we want to ask our guest here. Hi.
Hi, thank you for coming. Oh my God, this is so cool. Can I ask, you said 1,002, was that the number?
Yeah.
Okay, can I ask, have you already booked those tickets?
Yes, so the original flight we wanted to take already booked out, and then our backup flight was also already booking out. So we had to book our tickets to ensure that we couldn't even go. And that comes out of our student activities programming board budget. So it's a little iffy. I'm not sure on like all the formalities of it, but yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I guess this is a question for you, but will likely just be picked up by Steven, I imagine. So you're saying the purchases are not, you didn't individually go pay for these tickets. Like essentially CMEI has paid it through the SAPB?
Yeah, they used our budget that the budget that we used to organize all of these events. We took that 1,002 to pay for those tickets. But again, that's why we were asking for the reimbursement, because that money is specifically for the students, to make sure that we are bringing these events to the students.
We'd rather use that money to like create more events and have more novelty items at the events rather than using it for our airfare. And as students, as Abby was saying, it's not only is it like supporting our jobs as CMEI employees and as student programmers, but it's supporting us as young professionals. I'm in the event industry, and I think like going to this event and talking to people who know people, in especially in the hospitality world, it's genuinely about who you know and how you network and just making those connections to help us further out of college.
Okay, thank you. And then I also want to ask, this event, I imagine, costs more than just the airfare. Could you give me an idea of like the total budget of the event and where the funding for different like sections came from? I imagine you'll have like food and hotel there. So where did all of that funding come from?
Yeah, we have sent Irvi our itemized budget. I don't know if she has access to that right now, but we have sent that to her. And we have went through different channels to gain funding. So we've already went through student travel, and they approved us for $500, I believe. And we have also, we attempted to go through the School of Hospitality, but they're in a weird spot funding wise.
Yeah, so I'm a hospitality student. I reached out to our budget person over there asking if they would be willing to fund some of my lodging expenses. But the School of Hospitality is going through some budget constraints, I guess you can say. So we really haven't gotten anything back from them.
And so the registration fees for the conference, we purchased them before the early bird day. So we were able to get a discount on that. And I believe the price for that was $335 each. So around the same price as our airfare. Lodging was about $600 per room. Kyle and Abby will share a room, and I will have my own room. So that's about $1,200 in total. $1,000 in airfare. About this is all just coming off the top of my head. We did have the budget sheet.
The question for you. Can Irvi, can you get that presentation pulled up, sent over to our executive assistant so we can see it? Not presentation, sorry, spreadsheet or format. Oh, yes. Sorry. Thank you, Irvi. We're gonna pull that up really quickly. But I guess on that question, well, I guess I'll wait for it.
Yeah, we have other questions over here. Well,
Yeah, you guys did an amazing job with Rad.
Thank
you. Kudos. And that golf, whatever night globe thing was really cool. So I definitely commend you on that. I just want to get a general sense of maybe something you guys are cooking up in the kitchen, like what next, right?
I would say the biggest thing I'm looking forward to is our RAD this year. I had a lot of fun planning it last year and can't say too much on it right now, but I think it'll be great. And it'll exceed our expectations from last year, honestly.
We have a much more notable name this time around. So you can look forward to that. I believe we'll announce that soon. I don't want to say anything quite yet, but we want to finalize everything before we can announce that.
Yeah.
So just want to clarify, so what you guys are asking for is, as far as the presentation, were those 3 flight purchases, which is for all 3 of you guys. That's the total you guys are asking? Because this one seems a little bit different from what you.
That is just our itemized list, kind of breaking it down. After talking with our supervisor and with the 3 of us, we agreed that it'd just be best to ask y'all if you would cover our airfare.
Thank you. So just 1,022, right?
1,200. Wait,
1,200.
sorry, I can't math right now.
Okay. Sky?
Is that 1,002 a new updated number from this 1,260 number that we have?
No, I'm sorry. I don't believe I have updated that yet. That was our previous flight. It was just a better time, but we were able to find a cheaper flight. But yeah.
Okay, and then so I'm seeing a total of 2,676 is the total budget for the event or this trip.
Yes, this is also excluding our conference fees.
Okay, do you know how much your conference fees were? You said about the same as your flights for.
Yeah, and that was the early bird conference fee.
Okay, so the total amount of this is like probably $4,200 ish.
Yeah, that's a good rough estimate.
Yeah, around.
Okay, and then you've said sources of. It's the same line of question, if that's okay. The same. I mean, I'm asking you as the chair. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So you're requesting 1,002 from us. You had 500 from student travel. What was the amount that you got from other sources, and where did those come from to pay for the rest of this?
The only funding we've gotten so far has just been student travel.
The rest of it came out of our budget.
Oh, okay. I understand now. Thank you.
Do we have any other discussions or responses? Seniors on, is there, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for answering those questions. On discussion for it, so my understanding, so all of this is already paid for at this point. Like the card's already been swiped. You're asking us to reimburse the 1,002 out of the SAPB budget the CMEI gives you. Okay. Stephen, do you see like what I'm sort of getting at or asking? I don't know how to phrase it, but could you explain a little bit more about how that like worked and what the request is?
With travel, they have to put in an authorization. And so because when they were ready to do that process, they tried to secure the funding. And so they're not necessarily asking for reimbursement from you all. What they're asking is sort of for a reallocation. So that what they're asking for is everything that was spent was put on, let's say, my travel card. What they're essentially asking for you all is to pay for their travel, not to reimburse you, not to reimburse them or anything. We technically have it sitting on a credit card. It just has to be allocated somewhere.
The difference between this and the Brandon situation, which I think is what's probably on your head. Okay, well, the difference between this and that student situation is that the student swiped a personal card. Since this is still in-house, we have ability to say what bank account it's coming from.
Yeah.
So it's just sitting in our queue waiting for the bill to be paid. I think is that what clarify what you were trying to get at?
That gives me more information that I'm going to use to ask the question. So the question that I actually have, which I didn't know how to phrase it until I heard all of that, was, well, I guess I'll preface that. So I see this trip as amazing. I see this trip as something that will benefit students, will benefit you in your role as student leaders on the SAPB, as student employees of CNEI. I see that since last year's trip, this has benefited your work as the SAPB, and I'm glad that you got to go on it last year, and I'm glad you're going on it this year. My hesitation on TSAC helping purchase part of this is I feel that a lot of the benefit that the university that you personally will get as leadership development within your roles as employees, and also as I believe 2 of you were majoring in an events related field. the benefit that you get there, I see as being a benefit like that fits to the mission of CMEI as an institution. It certainly fits within our mission as TSAC. Our mission is very broad for a reason because we do a lot of things. But I would consider this request to be something that CMEI should fund. And it sounds like they've already funded this. They've decided to pay for the tickets, and you are coming to asking us to sort of reimburse CMEI for paying for that. I want you to go on this trip, and you're going on it regardless because it's paid for at this point. But I want to see if you're requesting money from us, it to be something that is more so outside of what I would think of CMEI's role in this. So I would think of the $4,200 of paying for this trip is going to make you better at your role as a student employee with CMEI, as doing events, which is what CMEI's mission is towards. And I would see it as like your personal leadership, your personal leadership development that I would see your employer CMEI giving to you. I recognize you're 3 students or 4, however many students, 4 students that are going on this. And I recognize that you are a student organization. And so I'm not saying you're ineligible to apply for us, but I would sort of pose that I think CMEI is paid for this. I think it makes sense for them to cover this, given it is under their umbrella here. And I would pose that to my fellow counselors here to consider that. Anyway, I've said a lot, asked a lot of questions, so thank you so much for answering them.
Okay. I'd like to see if there's anyone would like to motion to proceed to vote. Seeing as discussions has ceased.
I'll make a motion to vote.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All righty. Do we have any? I'm now motion up toward discussion. We don't have discussion for the motion to vote.
Point of order.
Yes.
The question before us is a motion whether or not we should essentially end discussion to vote. So just FYI.
All right then. Seeing as we already have we had our discussion earlier, which is more of a questions for the committee coming here. Now that we have a motion to vote, we can either open up that one for discussion. If there's no discussion, then we can move forward with a vote. Okay. Is there any objections to that or any abstentions?
I have a point of order.
Yes, Guy.
So I want to clarify for everyone that the motion is a motion for us to vote on it. It's the question of whether or not we're approving this proposal. Is that correct?
Motion to vote to approve for this. Yes. I thought that's where we're.
So after this motion passes, we would then vote on the approval of this request.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
As long as we all understand exactly what's happening. Thank you.
Is there anyone that did not understand that? Irvi?
No, I just have a question. Are we recounting our votes, which was already in the quorum?
So as far as for our budget committee, that was a separate meeting that we had, and we already had our decision over there. For today and for the purpose that we're for the motion right now, it is to vote everyone presently, so everyone would have to vote again, and then moving forward from that. That's why we initially had our discussion, and after a motion for vote, we are allowed to discuss. So if there's no discussion and we have a second, no objections, no abstentions, we're moving over to vote to approve the funding for SAPB. If there's anyone that has any final things to say, that would be the time. All right, seeing this, I'll go move for a roll call. We're gonna go down from the back of the page. We're gonna go down
Point of order.
Yeah.
And I apologize, this sounds tedious, but I think it's important. A motion to vote was made. It was seconded. I would ask that you sort of ask if there's any opposition for us to vote.
I did. And that's in any abstentions.
And then name that motion to vote passed, and then go into this roll call vote on the question of the presentation.
Okay. Go ahead. Seeing as there's no abstentions or objections, we'll move forward for a vote. If there's any more clarifications, please say it right now. All righty. Now we'll move forward with our roll call vote. We're going to be beginning from Irvi. Let me go from Irvi up and then back to the right. Irvi Paul,
Yes.
Steffi Calero,
Yes.
Rowan East,
No.
Matthew Rathbun,
Yes.
Faye Berry,
Abstain.
Cyrus Holt,
Yay.
Emma Fox,
Yes.
Maria Garcia,
Yes.
Patrick Severa, yes. Sky Saya Childress,
No.
Susana Villagomez,
Abstain.
William Coates,
Yes.
Okay, we have 8 yeses and 2 nos, and then we have 2 abstentions. So motion passes. Congratulations, y'all. I look forward to seeing concerts, hopefully Lupa Fiasco. All right, I'm down for Waka Flocka too, so it's okay. But hopefully, thank you guys for coming here, and I appreciate you guys taking your time again to present this. Hopefully, you guys can do remarkable things, and especially not just here in university, but outside as well. So congratulations, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
All right, moving forward with item C on our new business. We're going to have a discussion on the office hours, advocacy hours, council requirement by Sky Childress. Take it over.
Hi, I put this on the agenda, discussion on the office hours, advocacy hours, the requirement we're all required to do. So I guess we all know this, but we're just gonna say it for the record. We have to do a minimum of 5 hours of office hours every week or have 5 hours of proof of advocacy. Per the Constitution, one of our requirements as a counselor. Our amazing executive assistant has made us a spreadsheet for us to go in and write in when our office hours are planned to be. But I wanted to sort of ask the council what we thought about this and what we thought about the office hours requirement and how we should be thinking about implementing it. Essentially, we're tracking to ensure that every counselor does at least 5 hours of work on TSAC, not including this meeting. So often when I'm having my office hours and when other counselors are having their office hours scheduled, you then get a request for a meeting from one of your various advisory committees or one of the people that you work with, and you have a meeting during your office hours. I think that it makes sense for us to be able to do that and be able to have our sort of meetings scheduled during our office hours that might not be with us in the office. And I think we should not publish our office hours schedule to the public unless it was requested. I don't think that because often we don't show up for our office hours because we're doing that other advocacy elsewhere instead of doing our office hours. I don't think that it's useful to publish our office hours to the public. I think keeping an internal check of when our office hours are is a really good idea because I can open up the spreadsheet and I can, send a message to Patrick and say, hey, I see you're having office hours today at this time. Can I show up to them? Are you going to be available? But it wouldn't create a requirement that every time you need to change your office hours for that week, you send like a message to someone, because I think that would be overburdensome, that if you get a meeting during your office hours, you need to notify someone. Oh my, that's a lot. But, and then I'll obviously hand it off to other folks to chat.
Okay, so I'm gonna give like a little bit of context on this because I feel like a lot of people are confused because like I'm kind of somewhat in charge of this system. In regards to what Sky said about the hours being presented to the public, the reason that is because it's supposed to be that I think like if a student wanted to come in and address anything, they know where you are. And also, it makes sense to have the office hours published. And I guess my resolution, my idea that I was going to put forward is I don't necessarily agree that I think you should be meeting during office hours if you don't want there to be a chance someone does not come try and talk to you. So that's why they're publicly posted, is because like you're supposed to be accessible.
I have one quick question for the council. for our offers hours that you guys gave initially, do those conflict, do you have any advisory committees meeting during those times that you have already selected? If so, please raise your hand.
Sorry.
Yeah, so if was there any, do any of y'all, do we have any of like our advisory committees that's kind of already set up between our office hours? Is that something that's conflicting right now with us?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
So obviously you're going to schedule your office hours outside of your regular meetings. When I said advisory committees, I was talking about if you're meeting with someone outside of that regular schedule. Often there's the outside. And that's what I was talking about, not scheduling your office hours during your regular meetings.
Okay, well, that's still a good question. Well,
I'm still thinking. There's a lot to think about in regards to this. I think though there's a big piece missing here that no one's really mentioning is the accountability committee and the chair specifically, Matt here. That's pretty much delineated pretty clearly in the Constitution. I don't know, and I think there needs to be more discussion as to whether counselors need to be reporting to the EA directly or to the committee accountability chair instead, and then to the EA, or what that would look like. But I do understand there being reasoning there for that, but I'm also a little like, I don't know if that's the right move necessarily. But I think there could be an argument there. But I do think we need to get the accountability chair's opinion on this, or the committee's opinion on this.
I have read the Constitution, but I am not recalling exactly what it says regarding this. But I would like to see, pending if there's no constitutional thing that says not to, I would like to see our accountability committee take a passive role in ensuring counselor responsibilities are met. And when I say passive role, what I mean is you're not policing, have you done your 5 hours? It's when you're noticing an issue, when you're noticing, hey, it doesn't seem like you're very engaged. Because it's pretty clear to me that all 12 of us are doing at least 5 hours of work for this council every week. And it's clear from that, from your output, from the way you engage in things during our meetings. And I don't think there needs to be like, the accountability committee shouldn't be doing like preemptive investigation. I think there's like monitoring from like just looking at it, but I don't think it needs to be like you're clocking in for your office hours. I don't think it should be that. And I think the Constitution requires that you have proof of other advocacy essentially for those 5 hours. I don't think that proof needs to be presented to the committee on a recurring basis or something. But I do think that any sort of looking at whether or not you're meeting any requirements in the Constitution should be accountability chair, accountability committee.
Matthew, direct response.
So part of it's splitting the hair though, because I get some of the conversation here, but the accountability committee in the Constitution is considered the point of contact for counselor accountability. And as I feel like we've demonstrated, we're not going punitive, but I do have a kind of concern that this conversation happening, and I didn't hear anything about this preemptively, and I doubt either one of my fellow accountability members have heard anything about this.
Okay, I'll go to Sky and then go to Keegan and then Steve.
Yeah, I'll just say I didn't speak to the accountability committee about this because I didn't expect this to be accountability committee. The point that I brought up was I don't think we should publish it to the public, which I don't think accountability committee was doing. That's why I didn't reach out to you. This is sort of morphed into a different conversation. That's why I had not previously reached out to you. So I do apologize for not considering.
Okay, so elaborating, this is kind of going off the conversation that we've been having about point of contact for if you're not going to show up to office hours. How it's been explained to me is like, it was Armando or Steven, I can't remember which one, explained that I'm not like policing you guys, right? if you're just not going to be there, just be like, I'm not going to be, I don't need evidence or anything like that. Just tell me you're not going to be there. And then, you know, if I start to notice, hey, you're not showing up, you're not messaging anyone, then I would contact accountability and say, hey, so-and-so isn't showing up to their office hours. That's how, from my understanding, how it currently is. I don't see a reason to change that. All I'm asking is you have some notion of I'm not going to be there, so I know.
Stephen.
This is just a point of information as to what the Constitution says regarding office hours, just so you all know. Counselors are to provide a minimum of 5 hours a week of in-office support or proof of advocacy work elsewhere, meaning that you can be doing advocacy work outside of normal office hours and things like that. Committee meetings are included. So those are both standing committees and advisory committees are technically included in your office hours. But the only thing council meetings aren't. So this meeting here today is not included in your office hours. And it is assumed that all SGTSEC counselors will attend all SGTSEC sponsored events. It just says that you have to communicate the notice of absence 48 hours before the event to the full council. What this does not say is communication regarding office hours, and that's something that really I don't think it needs to be prescribed specifically, but you all as individual counselors, I think, have that responsibility of communicating however you want to do that to office hours. With that, I yield.
Faye? I mean, Emma.
What?
I just want to say that, well, first I want to start out by pointing out the last 2 weeks, our lovely Piara has put on and engaged in a lot of events, and the council in total, I've noticed, I will put it out there, everybody has been very present at these events, and we've been doing a lot of work. I've seen y'all around, I've sent myself around. So that I think does contribute a lot, that we've been actively engaging. So knowing that there's events going on, obviously most of us are not going to be in our office hours because we'll be at events. I think that's important to acknowledge here, that that's pretty straightforward as far as serving our office hours, because that's engaging. And then I guess also just, I don't want it to feel like we have to, if you have a lot of commitments, and some of us do, like advisory committees, things like that, like it can be very time consuming if we're expected then to also serve our 5 hours plus these advisory committees. So it is nice to have those as part of our advocacy work per the Constitution as well. I just want to mention that again. I don't know, this is getting long now.
Sky?
First, I want to apologize, Keegan. I wasn't trying to insinuate that you were policing us on this at all. It was just a point that Will had made about the accountability committee sort of managing this. I was just wanting to ensure that we're not trying to step into that realm. It also wasn't accusations towards you guys. You guys are doing great. But I did want to say, I don't think that any one thing we're currently doing or anything that's happening is an issue here, or the issue here. I think the way we think about office hours and tracking them is my sort of issue here. I don't think the counselors should have to set time that they expect to be in the office. I think it's a useful document to look at and think, oh, when can I possibly meet this person? I also want to say that if I have office hours scheduled because I plan to be in the office that day, and I'm not going to be there, and I message Keegan doesn't work all the time. Keegan's supposed to be getting 12 to 15 or maybe a little more hours every week, and it's definitely not 9 to 5 because it's a student role. And I don't think that, like, if you're not gonna be able to your office hours, you should have to send a message. I don't think we should have rigid office hours. Our role is a very flexible role. That's the idea of this clause in the Constitution, is that it is office hours or other advocacy elsewhere. And it very specifically states that. And I think it calls out the fact that you are allowed to do other advocacy elsewhere and not do office hours. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
So the original discussion was about the making our office hours public, correct? Is that true? I don't necessarily think that that's a bad idea, personally. I think if we have our office hours public, then students will know that we may be in office, and then it's just that back to that communication point of if we're not in office, Keegan knows that we're not in office, or someone in office knows that we're not in office. So that's
Communication. Maria.
I would like to set a motion to extend the meeting by 10 minutes, considering that 6:55.
I second that.
Is there any opposition or abstain? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes. A meeting will extend how long? 10 minutes. Okie dokie. Now we got Susana and Arun.
I see the point of view of Sky is stating, because I personally, like, from working from TSAC last year, we did put in our office hour and we did send them to our advisor, and I know Brandon did handle that and stuff. But I just don't feel comfortable publicizing them, because sometime, like, maybe I know it's that key of communication of like letting Keegan know, but there's times where like I don't even look at my phone and I just don't have time to send a message, or I'll forget to send a message, or if I had an emergency come up, I just don't want student coming into the office knowing that I'm supposed to be there and I'm not there. So that's whenever I send emails or book something and when student know, I always state that like, please message me if you want to meet up in my office hours, or like these are usually the times I am there. If I'm not there, excuse me, and that's pretty much it. But I'm just not comfortable having them publicized.
Okay. You go, Matt. Row one.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the office hours don't necessarily need to be like published or public, simply because I know like as a state cab rep, and in other like TSAC duties, very often like it'll be the case that the only time that I can schedule a meeting with a bunch of other people, all of us having complex schedules, is during my office hours. And if the meeting is going to be in person, then having sort of a public office hours schedule like that, like I don't want someone showing up to my office hours when I'm not going to be there, and assuming that I've just skipped out on office hours when I'm holding them. It's just that the only time that I could have a meeting was during them.
Mm-hmm. Matt, did you have a question?
I was just gonna throw out that I think this is why we have teams. Like the student who comes in, if they didn't previously schedule an appointment or meeting with you, they could Teams you, they could email you, they could set up a time.
Yeah. Keegan?
Okay, so I get that you guys don't want the office hours to be public, right? But a part of advocacy is talking to people and talking to the students at MSU. So also I have an issue with the term public. This is only information made available to MSU Denver students. And, we can maybe there's a sign on the door, but I can remove that. We can take it completely online. But I do think we kind of need to address the reality that even though you have other obligations, there is still a role of having to communicate with students that I feel isn't being emphasized right now. I get everyone's busy and has that, but also you need to be accountable to the people you're representing, and they need to know how they can communicate to you and with you, because this is the student advocacy count,
I have a point of order.
Sky.
I guess I want to ask, our student employees, are they? Not are they? I think this space is really for the elected counselors and possible delegates that we add to debate and deliberate on public business. And I think that we've been having a lot of discussion that's not just like logistics day of with our student employees during this meeting. It's also been like how to do advocacy. And I feel like that's a question that we need to answer as the council, not as student employees. But anyway, so my point of order is I think we should let counselors speak at this moment.
Yeah. Maria?
I just want to say we all play an important role here. I think everyone should speak and we shouldn't limit it to only counselors. Like if the advisors wanted to say something, we shouldn't say only the counselors can speak right now. I think this is something open for everyone.
Yeah, and I like the back and forth that we're having here, y'all. And I think that it's important. But if we're not gonna vote, I would highly suggest that we try finding a good concrete solution here. Maybe not today, but obviously the biggest thing here, I'm here repetitive here, is that there's kind of a lack of communication. And it seems that like if a counselor isn't available, obviously our executive assistant who's going to be present at the desk, that should be something that we should address to them if we're not going to be there. If we don't have set up appointments and someone walks in, then we can give them our email or our Teams and we can have a communication through there. However, for the purposes of this meeting, given that we already extended it, it's 7:01. Do
I have a motion.
Scott?
I'll preface my motion that I think everything we do is public. So if we make a document right now in the SharePoint that's called TSEC Council Member Office Hours, that's a public document. It's public for anyone ever. I don't have any problem with this document being public. I don't want to proactively publish it to anyone because I think we have it internally to use. I don't think it should be a public document. My motion is, I make a motion that our office hours be an internal question or internal document to TSAC and not be published for anyone to read.
Okay, do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, I'm gonna open up for debate and discussion on that. Emma.
I was gonna throw this in here earlier. I just want to say that, like, again, I am of the standpoint that, like, I think that we need to meet our technically 7 hours of requirement. And I think that everybody does that. And I, as an accountability person, have not heard any whispers. And if you have something, come talk to somebody, Matt probably, or me. But my point being is that I think that we should have the flexibility to serve outside our office hours without being overly constrained to having to be in those office hours. And then just saying that, like, if somebody walks in though, whoever's in the office, if they're looking for me, just send me a Teams message and say, hey, Jennifer's looking for you. Can you reach out? Here's her email. And especially, I would just like to also reiterate that, like, if you are the front desk person or you're anybody in the office though, just I think that should just be the standard issue instead of trying to police it or trying to really, I don't really care whether it's public or not, but that should just be the response. I think that's the best way to do advocacy is to say, hey, they're not here. It doesn't matter if they walk in at, 5 and my office hours aren't there. If they're looking for me, just tell me.
Sorry.
Okay. So if office hours were to be made public, whatever that may mean, right? Could we include maybe a little asterisk, office hours are subject to, whatever. Counselors may not be present in office hours listed. You know what I'm saying? Just so on the off chance that, people do come by, it's not like we're lying to them. Does that make sense?
Well,
I really like your idea, honestly. It gives the student at least a heads up, like, hey, this person that you're looking for might not be here because they're doing other work, other advocacy, right? And I also like Emma's idea. of like someone reaching back out to the counselors through email or a simple text, or even giving the student their contact information. I know last year we had cards with our contact information, and that's something that can just be handed to the student looking for the counselor instead of the counselors always texting, because as Susanna says, that's not going to happen. It's never happened, and it won't happen realistically because people have lives and they won't be constantly texting whoever, doesn't matter if it's the EA or the chair of accountability. It's likely not going to happen that way just in practice. So I do think that Emma's idea of like, hey, reach out to the counselor, here's their email, here's the team's text for them, here's a card, and they'll be with you shortly.
All right, Keegan.
Okay, guys, I feel like I've said this so many times, guys. The point of office hours is they're supposed to be public. While you may not be there, the point of having office hours, like as an entity, is to communicate with people. It is kind of an ad hominem to have private office hours, if you ask me personally. I know I'm not a counselor, so my opinion doesn't hold as much weight, but I just want to point that out. Like, you're kind of going against the idea of having office hours in the first place, for making them private.
Oh, yeah, you're definitely right. I moved the previous question.
Fair way to say that. I'll second that.
Yeah. Now we'll move to vote.
Just ask if the
Go forward.
to vote first.
Is there any opposition? I move the previous question. We have a second. All right, the discussion of debate has been closed.
Can I
So the
clarify that for
motion.
people? I don't think most
All
people know.
right, so just to clarify, I moved the previous question is going back to closing the discussion. Debate is over. We're gonna be voting and moving forward. All right.
Oh, I'm happy to state the language. Yes. So, motion to ensure our office hours are an internal document and is not proactively published with the understanding that our office hours are flexible.
Okay. Mr. Willie.
I want to propose a friendly amendment to that language.
Oh, wonderful.
To your motion. I want to include Cyrus's asterisk on there. And I don't know, what do you think, Emma, about including your language of like just a simple, like more of a guideline, reach out to the counselor through email or text?
I feel like these are two different motions
Yep.
because this one's a motion for it to be like
Public.
public as far as any TSAC thing is public. And then I feel like you're still advocating for posting it on the door, but with the asterisk and saying, reach out.
No.
And then internally, just, I feel like I don't need a motion for it. Just if somebody walks in and they're looking for somebody specific, just tell them who they are.
That's
And then
valid.
reach out to both parties.
Well, then I'll just limit it to just put the asterisk language on there internally, wherever it's published or not.
Well,
Yeah.
Sky, could you reiterate your
Yes.
previous motion?
So I just read the motion a second ago, but I want to clarify because like I completely agree with Emma's point. Absolutely. If someone comes to the office and they're looking for Sky and Will's there, say, here, Sky's email. Thank you.
Yeah.
Send me a team message. Absolutely. Please do that every time. That's I hope what we've already been doing. On Sky's point, I think that having the office hours document posted, but with an asterisk that says you might not be there, it's not that it's factually like misleading, but most people don't understand exactly how TSEC operates. We're not like employees. And so when someone sees that we're scheduled and we just might not be there, it feels like we're flaky with our responsibilities. And that's why I'm saying we shouldn't post it. I think I want to incorporate the understanding happy to incorporate it within this motion that we make sure that we are communicating with other people if someone comes looking for them.
Mm-hmm.
And that the understanding that's been the understanding that if you're not at your office hours, it's because they're flexible and that's okay.
Okay.
I don't think we can check in with someone, but I'll restate my motion and I hope we can vote on it. Motion to ensure our office hours are an internal document that is not proactively published with the understanding that our office hours are.
All right, that is a motion. I would suggest that maybe we can make that another motion if need be. If not, we can continue this offline. I'm going to be starting by roll call. I'm going to be starting from the left, Wayne Coates.
I'm gonna abstain on this one.
Matthew Rathbun. I also abstain. Susana Villagomez.
I abstain.
Maria Garcia.
No.
Rowan.
Yes.
Faye.
Yes.
Steffi Calero.
No.
Sky.
Nay.
Patrick. Nay. Sky.
No.
Emma Fox.
Abstain.
All right, what we got?
Oh, I want to clarify. I vote yes. I just
Sky say children.
Irby is also online.
And Irby Sosawi.
And did you abstain?
Abstain. We have another
And then
abstention.
Maria.
Maria was no.
And no. Okay, sorry. And then Irby was one.
Abstain.
We have 3 yeses, 4 nos, 5 abstentions.
Okay.
That passes. No, that
No,
fails.
that
Sorry.
fails, yeah.
I saw.
We have 3 yeses, 4 nos, and 5 abstentions. Motion fails, unfortunately. I would like to move forward, seeing as, wait, hold on, what time? All right, it's already 7:10, y'all. Okay. I motion to table the, actually, I motion
Point of order.
to extend. Yeah.
Motion
I
to
was simply
adjourn.
going to say we have to extend the meeting to vote on any motions to table even.
Yeah, I was about to do that.
Motion to adjourn.
I motion to extend the meeting by 5 minutes.
I'll second that.
Any opposition?
Yes. Opposition.
All right.
Okay.
Any
I
nay?
oppose.
Any? We have two abstentions. Any?
Just
Yeah. No.
say
Yeah. Motion passes.
I have another motion.
Yeah. Go.
I motion we table the question C to the next meeting.
Mhm. Second. Open up for discussion.
Yep. Just
Seeing as there's no discussion, we'll move it for vote. Is there any objections?
C. We're
C.
still on C. Just the motion failed, but we're still just on.
we're still
Wait.
discussing because nothing came.
Okay, can you call it that? Sorry.
Just see.
So I motioned to table C. It was seconded, and it seems like it's a popular motion.
Okay. Is there any abstentions? I'm sorry. Is there any objections? Any abstentions? All right. Motion passes.
Okay. Whew, okay, on D, so discussion on the TSAC regular meeting schedule. I want us to answer the question really quickly. How do we want to meet over the next few weeks? Do we want to meet? When do we want to stop meeting? I think it makes sense not to discuss sub item B and C right now and postpone that to the next meeting because of time. But I wanted to ask discussion on whether or not we should meet on Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day, and if we should stop our meeting on the 11th or 18th or 4th or what we want to stop meeting at for this winter.
Matt?
I want to make motion to table D because we really need to create this ad hoc committee.
I second that.
I have discussion on the motion.
All right. Discussion on the motion has opened.
Discussion motion is that I don't think we should table D at this moment because the 11/27 is in 2 weeks, I believe, or 3 weeks from now. It's pretty soon, and I'd like to have adequate notice when we're going to meet. And I also want us to be planning our schedules for this winter with our meetings in mind. And I think that a motion to extend the meeting is more adequate at this moment than a motion to table D, just because E may be more important. Or if you'd like to just motion to have E before D, I'd be happy with that as well.
Okay. Side. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to table D. Is there any other discussion on the floor? If not, I will move forward with a vote. I'm gonna do a roll call. Simpler. Roll codes.
Sorry. Please reinstate the motion. There's a lot of things going on.
Matthew, could you restate your motion?
Table D so we can vote on.
Okay.
to the mic.
On the mic, brother.
I made the motion to table D so we can vote on E.
Fantastic. Alrighty. Okay, what codes? Please start us off.
I'm gonna say yay.
Matthew Rathbun.
Yes.
Yes.
I thought I did turn on.
Yes. Okay. Susana Villagomez.
Yay.
Maria Garcia.
Yes.
Rowan East,
No.
Faye Berry,
Abstain.
Steffi Calero,
Yes.
Cy Holt,
Abstain.
Patrick Cervera, yes. Sky Silvers,
No.
Emma Fox,
Yes.
Irving Paul,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. What do we got?
Sorry, if we go out of order next time, it's hard to record.
Okay.
So, Cyrus, you abstained, is that correct? Broad and Sky is no. Who's our other abstention? Faye?
Correct.
Did everyone else vote yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, seeing as we have 8 yeses, 2 nos, and 2 abstentions, motion passes. Item D on new business has been tabled for next meeting or post. Moving forward with item E, create the delegate ad hoc committee as per delegate resolutions passed last meeting. I'd like to just move forward with nominations. If anyone wants to self-nominate or nominate, please raise your hand. Aye.
Motion to extend the meeting by 5 minutes.
Seconded.
Yes.
Friendly amendment to that. Realistically, this conversation is going to be longer than 5 minutes, and I'm kind of personally tired of extending the meeting.
Yeah.
If we keep doing that, it's wasting time. Anyway, I do a friendly amendment to that time for 10 minutes instead. And if we need to end early, we can end early.
I second that.
Okay, friendly amendment. Is that acceptable? Amendable? Amendable?
It's not amendable. I motion to adjourn.
Okay, but we already have the seconded. The first motion was seconded. So we first have to vote on that. You said not amendable. Okay. Is there any other discussion on the floor? Okay, I'll move forward with a vote. Everyone, please be quick.
What are we voting on?
We're voting we're voting on doing your extension for 5 minutes. If I recall, that was first and second, and you denied the friendly amendment for 10
I will
minutes.
retract my motion. When I made a second motion, it was because I don't want my current motion anymore. I motion to adjourn.
Okay, but we re-seconded your first motion. Are you retracting it?
I do, yes. My motion author, I retract my motion in 5 minutes. It's not popular. We don't need to vote on it. I motion to adjourn.
All right, we have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second for a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Didn't, I believe that we did a friendly amendment to that motion and was.
Point of order. Because Sky is the original author, Sky is retracting that motion to have the meeting extended. Somebody else would have to make a new motion. Currently, we are voting on a motion that has been put forward and seconded to adjourn.
Yes, so if we want to extend time, if we can vote right now, and then we can motion to extend, but we need to vote right now.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, motion to adjourn was seconded. Will Coates,
Yay.
Matt,
No.
Susana,
No.
Maria,
No.
Rowan,
Yes.
Faye,
Yes.
Steffi,
No.
Scott, Cy,
Yes.
Patrick, I abstain. Sky,
Yes.
Emma,
Abstain.
Irby, Paul.
Abstain.
5 yeses, 4 nos.
Passes.
Goodbye, everyone.
I'm sorry.